Alright everyone, it is I, Surreal Jester Valentine. Today, we're gonna be playing, a fourth wall breaking classic today. We're gonna be playing the Stanley Parable. More specifically, we are playing the newer version, the, Ultra Deluxe version. As that, of course, includes all the bonus content and includes, all the other stuff. All the other fun jazz that you would usually associate with it and all that. So yeah, we're gonna be playing that. And hey, Gaming Chicken, how you doing? Now to explain a bit of the history behind this game, Stanley Parable, the original, was developed by Face Punch, Face Punch Studios, and originally released, I believe, in like 2012, 2013. It released a real long time ago. It was like still using Source Engine and all that, which not even most of Face Punch's most recent games. Yeah, I know, but yeah, not even like Face Punch's most recent games used Source Engine, to give you an idea of how long ago this was made. Yeah, it was based on that main Gmod. Yep. But yeah, made in 2012, and then later on as a game. Yeah. But in 2022, it received a remaster from Crows, or Raven Software, which, if you do not know what Raven Software is, that is a division of Activision. They do a lot of small indie projects and collab with a whole bunch of people, and help them out with like publishing and all that. Really cool bunch of people over there. So yeah, Face Punch worked with Raven Software to bring a new Ultra Deluxe version to Unity. Yeah, one of the only games they didn't fuck up. Yeah. So yeah, we're gonna be playing the Raven Software remaster. We're not gonna be playing the original game today. Mainly because Source Engine, as you know, it has issues with my system. Like a lot of really old games just do not run well on modern hardware. And most Source Engine games are a good example of that.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Cannot get
Stanley
Portal 2 to run at all on my 1060.
Employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427.
At least not without compatibility modes, and even then, like compatibility modes have like performance issues.
Telling him what buttons to push.
So yeah, let's get to this.
And in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every
Yeah,
day.
more content, more references, yeah.
And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job.
Well, I did watch a few videos a long time ago, but nothing on Ultra Deluxe yet.
And then one day, something very
So I
peculiar
know a little bit about it,
something
but
that would forever change Stanley.
like most things
Something
that I
he would
watched
never
back in
quite
2017,
He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single
Memory
order
is limited.
had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Yeah. Yeah, true. I always like the way this is these are designed very well. Oh! Room 420.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Oh god damn it! They won't even let me into room 420. That sucks.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
$413.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Yeah. Yeah, same here. Like, when I explored empty maps in, like, Gary's Mod or something, like, when I used to play on single-player mode, and I used to explore empty, like, Troubled Terrorist Town maps that were not being used and whatnot, I always felt that something would jump out around the corner and attack me. Like, I genuinely always felt that way. I was like, oh god, what if something actually does come in here with me? Yeah, I'm oh god, yeah, that would be even worse. Let's see.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Damn, the sound design is incredible.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Alright, stay there. Sorry. Alright, I will. Because the boss knows what the boss says goes. If the boss suffer losses, that's what the boss shows.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, what dark secret was being held from him. What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code.
Uh-oh.
Sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Ooh, this line's actually really good.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar.
Like
It was
something
a
was
stirring
off.
of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more
Yeah,
free to
next
think
run
for
will be
himself,
the
to question the nature of
broom
his
closet
job.
run.
Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Escape? Yeah, let's go.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Somehow I doubt that. I think we're gonna be fine. Ah! What the hell?
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story.
Yeah, every single... Everyone's gonna be like, oh no, we're gonna be fine, and then immediately dies.
From a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Huh?
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws.
Huh?
In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly. And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless.
Oh, that's actually real cool.
The same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Yeah. Oh, cool. This is the office right up here. That's actually real cool. Ah, corridor. Yep. And then the infamous two doors. Really like the desk. Credits, yeah, originally. And then there's the Raven software port. And, yeah. And then there's the boss's office. I really like the boss's office visually. Like, it's really cool. And the sound design of this game is incredible. Alright, yeah, I'll read the signs. The blueprint shows the office for the beginning of the game. The path of Stanley's office to the two doors was the first part of the game ever built. That's actually really cool. Sections have been added and altered throughout development, though the core layout remains almost identical to the first iteration. Corridor. The pacing of this opening section was important to get right. The corridor has been moved and altered to make sure the player reaches the two doors in a good time. The two doors, the two open doors, is the very first concrete piece of the Stanley Parable design. Once this room was constructed, the rest of the game merged. So the two doors was the very first one that was completed, and then the rest was completed after. That's actually really cool. As an exploration of the contradiction this room posed. The office. 001, 002, and then 003. A selection of the sounds used throughout the game when buttons are pressed. Each sound is a mix of keyboard stroke and synthesized tone. So each one has a keystroke in it, and then a little synthesized sound after. That's actually really really neat. There's a little employee database. It looks like some kind of installation. And then one of the most famous games on every Windows machine ever, Solitaire. Original music. Yanis Leonidas, Leonids, Blake Robinson, Christian Baker, Robin Arnott, Eduardo Ortiz. So these are all the people who worked on the music and the sound design. And then the main guys, David Reedon and William Pugg, were the main writers. Facepunch Studios was the original developer, but yeah, I know. More of the office. It's got the little pod plant you see throughout maintenance room, an early version of the maintenance room. Which the maintenance room is one that I haven't visited yet. I will see that eventually. .431 to 436. Too bad we can't read any of the notes. Warzone. In early development, we designed an ending where Stanley would end up on a battlefield fighting aliens. The actions of the game would become sentient and would wage war against the narrator. We realized shortly that this was far too jokey and on the nose for a tone of the game. Plus, some people interpreted it as making fun of people who like shooters, which I like them, which was not our intention. Especially Bioshock. Bioshock is the GOAT of shooter games. In December 2018, we announced that Ultra Deluxe version of Stanley Parable, the game at the Game Awards. These are two screenshots of the videos we made for the announcement and the game's delay. Infinite money! The apartment timer. In the previous versions of the choice leading to the apartment ending, a timer would give you 15 seconds to pick up the phone. Not picking up the phone will lead to a different ending. The cargo lift was intended to offer the choice of staying or jumping to a different path. However, in the early In the early version, we also wanted the option of the player falling to their death. Yeah. And the second version is functionally the same as what we see in the final game, but we always want to look more like a place where cargo is actually stored. I'm gonna look around a bit more at things that are not spoilery. Honestly, yeah, that's getting a little spoilery. So I guess we should yeah, we're gonna head out, and then we're gonna return after the spoiler, after we play that section. Because I don't want to be too spoiled by everything.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright, it's janitor's
When
closet
Stanley came
time.
to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Oh no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
I really do like the tool models here. Damn, that wrench reminds me of you know the Gent Pipe in Bane of the Dark Revival, if you ever heard that game. It was one of my first big semi-hits here. Yeah. Yeah, it did work. Oh, god damn it. Yeah, it's bugged. What do we do if it's bugged? Alright, quit the menu and then just begin.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a
Yeah.
memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office.
Oh, god damn it! See what my headstrongness always gets me into? Yeah. I am not going to reinstall. You know what? Screw it. I'm just gonna completely just boot off the game, then restart it. Yeah. Seven. I don't even know it. Any way of knowing if the times you're saying are correct. The director is so happy that we're saying the clock correctly that he actually thanked us for saying the clock correctly. And I find that hilarious.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's. Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
It worked, hell yeah. So full reset worked. Good.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
Except this big meaty wrench.
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA. Are you really still in the broom closet?
Yeah?
Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused. You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it. Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go...
Or maybe I just want to stare at this big, thick, meaty sword.
The broom closet ending was my favorite. I hope your friends find this concerning.
Hey! Spillfunk! How you doing?
Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he was. That old drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Oh my god!
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system, and you collapsed.
Ultra Deluxe
Well, in a
remaster.
situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby. So
Yeah,
that your body is taken care
the
of
original Face
before it
Punch
begins to
version
decompose.
runs on Source Engine, which is
Hello?
not that great
Anyone who happens to be nearby,
for my
the person
system.
at this computer is dead.
So we're playing the Raven
Fall
software
prey to any
version.
number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway. Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. You too? I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish?
A fungus?
Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
Okay, this is awesome. I love this. Yeah, let's continue. And now, yeah, he gave up. And now we're gonna be going to,
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley.
wait up.
Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment.
You can't be
for no
possibly
reason at
worse
all.
than the last player,
None of it
yeah.
made any logical sense. And as
And
Stanley
it,
pondered this, he began to make other
he was
strange
wrong about that.
observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar.
Yeah, they were
What
starting
simply
to,
repeated.
loop.
No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally
And
found
rats
an
make
answer,
me
an
crazy.
explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
To Infinity and your mom!
Space on a magical star field, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself? Believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility?
I just realized, but that's a
Stanley
Old
is as
Toyota
awake
Corolla.
right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control.
Uh-oh.
That this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job.
Let me continue pushing buttons.
Please. That's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
Everything will be fine. Yeah, famous last words.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Huh?
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an
Yep,
ambulance,
that's of
for
course
just a few
Stanley.
brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Oof!
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it
Well,
mean?
that particularly sucked for
decided to go
Stanley.
to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright, let's go through the right door this time.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Let's see what happens, everyone.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it
Yeah,
all
we're
in.
gonna be doing everything
But
wrong.
eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Caution, do not lie. If you're lying right now, stop. Whoa! This is even bigger than in the original game. Ah!
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow. Yes, this room. What a beautiful room. What a gorgeous, gorgeous room. Thank goodness Stanley had taken this detour on his way to the meeting room. Life without having experienced this room was now too horrible even to consider. Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
The paintings are pretty cool.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left. Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
Yeah. Oh, there's a little coffee maker.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
Hang on here. Should we, or should we,
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Yep.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
I can't go up. I tried pressing down again. Oh, wrong. Yeah, wrong elevator. Yeah, it's the maintenance elevator, not the grand elevator, if that's what you're thinking of.
Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way. No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, Who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, hmm? Okay, from the top. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere? Or...
Oh, God.
Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
What the fuck? Everything's changed up now.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not? All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything? Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way.
Oh, boy.
And retrace our steps.
Yeah, he's completely lost now. Oh, what the?
Now this... Well, I'll be honest. I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart. All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable adventure line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
The line, trademark, how simple is that?
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation
This is
of
actually
the
real
nature
cool.
of life itself? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood. Cut the music, go back and look at that fern. Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the
Yeah,
Stanley
that
Parable,
music was a
right?
banger.
The story? Is any of this ringing a bell? Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything...
Yeah,
we've been
we
through,
trusted you, Line.
No, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Oops. Sorry.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How
We're gonna have to... I can tell there's gonna be a lot of restarting this stream.
This is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our
All my
story to
hot
be?
blood,
Go
hubris, and
wild.
ego.
Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it. Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Just don't acknowledge it, TM. I'll follow the storyline. You know what? No, I'll just walk back. Yeah, it's a nice fern. Yeah,
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the
which
answer
music is a
yes,
banger. I
then
love the
all
music.
accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits. Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now,
Yeah, it's
according to
fun
the
seeing
schedule,
people
I
stare at the...
restart again.
Yeah.
And what, am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really... No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The,
Uh-oh!
whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us?
I'll,
Something happen?
maybe next Stanley Parable stream I'll actually look at it.
So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
What the? Oh, that actually jump scared me.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Hopefully everything's back to normal. Alright.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors. He entered the door on his left.
Now I'm gonna try what you guys have suggested, where,
Yet there was not a
where
single person
I'm gonna
there
go
either.
down the elevator,
Feeling
then
a
just
wave
push
of disbelief,
up again.
Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office.
Yeah.
Hoping he might find an... Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
To the office. Yeah, I'm gonna try that.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark... Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
The game is directly calling me out. But really a lot of my anxiety comes from the fact that my PC might self-destruct as I am,
into the opened
you know, just staying still or something, and my stream might crash. No, seriously, my PC dies all the time. Yeah, I know. Down we go, only to hit the button again. As soon as we get to the bottom.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
I can't hit it a second time. Yeah.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow! I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
Now do it again, alright.
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this? Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
The suspense is killing me.
Oh my god.
It's the boss's office.
This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a timeout here for a minute while I process this.
Plot twist, it's the boss's office. So was it this time the boss's office?
Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No, wait. No, I need more time to process. All right, I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley. Of course. Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
Yes, indeed. Ho-ho! One more time. Or how many ever more times, I guess.
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow? There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems
Yeah.
like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises? To have to think and to anticipate and then to marvel at the eventual reveal. This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years, and it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such
Exactly.
unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley, because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you. Which is why, though I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you, so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes,
Press
I know you're not much
conference?
for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh, good, we're here.
A press
Okay,
conference,
the
you
room where we're
say?
holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
World's healthiest human being. All tricks revealed. The guy who went to Mars. How he did the pyramids. All eyes on Stanley, live on stage. Yes, Stanley for
Yes,
president.
here it is, just through this door. All right, are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry, you'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart.
The dude who
I'm
came up with
really
pizza.
proud of you, Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get 'em.
Go get him, Tiger. Break a leg, champ. Your boss. Oh my god. Wait, doing great. Wait, well, let's see what's up here. The Lord! The Lord meet and greet. Doing great. A conversation with Alexander the Great. Oh my god. Oh, holy!
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
Yeah.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, He entered the door on his left.
Ah, so it's a more secret ending. Well, I'm glad I got it then. Let's see, which door should we enter? Where do you find the bucket, I wonder? Oh well,
This was
maybe
not the
our,
correct
like...
way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. What was it about this room that
Alright.
called so deeply and so personally to Stanley? Its grace, its subtle charm.
Alright.
No.
I will.
Stanley knew it was something deeper.
I definitely
Something
will.
darker.
Something darker.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that he... But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door.
Hang on, I'm checking my... Alright.
Or on his left.
Should we do another door on his left? Or should we do...
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired.
Actually, I'm curious. What is beyond here?
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced?
Hey,
that
David Bang Bang, how you
something
doing?
happened to you? Why, I don't know how
Alright,
to
know
convince
about
you
the,
of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side.
Know about the,
Give me a chance.
infinite hole. And, hey, David Bang Bang, how you doing? Bucket. No buckets past this point.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I want it to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Yeah.
What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel
that's really
happy.
beautiful. Really beautiful. Whoa! Multicolored. multicolored waterfalls? Space waterfalls, I guess? I don't know. I'm just gonna stand here and see what happens. Because I don't know if there's like more dialogue after this sequence plays or imagining there probably is. That's beautiful though. I don't think there is. Yeah, I don't think there is anymore. Maybe it's coming? Not that way! No, it appears to be just a looping sequence. Okay.
No, wait. Where are you going? Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
Ah!
Oh, thank God. No. No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this? Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me? My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the Yes. Perhaps you can. Perhaps you finally see what I'm talking about. I know you'll see that we can't be happy if we leave this place. You can see that, can't you?
Pretty much. More or less. But damn, this is beautiful.
No, perhaps not. maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along.
But I guess that's too much to ask, yeah.
It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
And why is my PC starting to freak out again? My bitrate is being all funky because my PC is freaking out again. There we go, it's done with its usual tantrum. I need a new PC, like, now. Yeah, I assume so.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
We're both going back.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I will say, I really do like this game. Like, I could honestly describe it as pretty much like what was leading up to games like Undertale and OneShot and Amori and all that.
He entered the door on his left.
Like those kinds of fourth wall break games.
This was not the correct.
Though Amori doesn't really have a whole lot of
knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the
fourth wall
employee
breaks, but
lounge
still.
first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first time understood true happiness. Then the feeling went away, and he felt sad again. Then it came back, and lingered for a minute or two. Now it's only half there. Just a kind of, tingle.
It's basically the game that came before OneShot, and then after, you know, that, it got the ball rolling for everything else.
Really. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Alright, now we're gonna try... Yeah.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't.
I can definitely agree. Like, it really makes you think about, like, you know, decisions
off on the wrong foot here.
and all that.
I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you forgot.
We're going to now...
What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your
Oh, what is the idea?
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map, because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did.
Ah, okay.
All for nothing, because this is what you wanted.
Yeah.
Help me here, Stanley.
Yeah, I
Help
agree.
elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours.
That should be really good.
Better. What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design and you can give me some feedback.
Okay.
Well, a third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Yeah. Yeah, that actually be a really good idea. My stream's still connected, though my PC's really struggling right now. Now, I think it's just stabilized just now. More or less. I need a new computer. Oh my god, this is getting old. Like, now my PC's just having trouble starting streams in the first place. It's that bad.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
Feedback.
Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. Can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
But yeah, that'd be very good. Like,
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on.
a new
and
game,
now
you
would be a lovely
say?
opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up.
Oh no, I know what this is.
In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
I am not playing this for 4 hours. There's no fucking way. I'm playing this for 4 hours. Just no. Alright.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here?
Oh, nice.
Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
So, very few people got it.
Aha! Fascinating.
Hang on!
What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is
Fire?
our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me
Or
that
part
you're
of
meant
some
to
kind
play
of,
the man
fire
spying on innocent
watch?
civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there. Oh no. No, it can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path.
Yeah, I love that. I actually love that too.
Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing. Wonderful.
Rocket League!
This is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun. Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than...
Are you winning, son?
I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought. And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric
Multiple
sports
balls.
experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball. Yes. Oh goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls! Are you enjoying this, Stanley? Are you having fun? Is this a real video game? Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over. That's right. Your little fun comes to an end. This is my game, and what I say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I'm structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley.
Yeah, we're just gonna be,
See, I don't like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much. But who knows? You're an inventive kid. You'll come up with something. After all, you're the one who knows best. Take care, Stanley.
Well, I guess we're gonna just... Since I don't think there's any more dialogue up here, I guess we're just gonna...
Hold on. What are you doing? Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
What the? Oh, this is genuinely creepy. Oh, I genuinely do not like this. Welcome to the black space. This actually does remind me of that black space. Ugh, I still get nightmares. An entire world of death and horrors.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice. And if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell you.
Yeah, when I saw that, when I see areas like that, I just get, oh no, I just get black space vibes now.
That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh yes, yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait. How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
New content? Alright, good night, Gaming Chicken.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
I definitely will. Yeah, I won't forget about the whole...
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please.
I really actually like,
thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra
like
Deluxe.
how well the nav mesh was done.
Delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Oh, hell yeah.
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Hell yeah.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if, oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle. Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good. Yes, I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is. That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of...
Ain't that the truth?
In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
What the?
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
Okay.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look. I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want.
Holy, that's actually real cool.
Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Zone, sweet zone. Bits of music.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote,
Oh, Jim Sterling! darling!
So many games that aspire to be more than
I
games end up less than any form of art. Stanley Parable
watch her all the
strives
time.
and
She's
succeeds
actually
to be
really good.
every game ever created.
Most
Did
of
you
the
hear
time.
that, Stanley? Every game ever created.
Some of her
That's how
takes are a
grand and
little,
all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was.
but
It
you
was
know,
literally
her
every
usual
game
ones are
ever
really
created.
good.
It was Skyrim. It was Persona 3. It was all of them.
Well,
And now
hers are usually
it's
really
nothing.
good.
It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Memory maintenance zone.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley?
Repeatable
The
carpet
game was
textures.
perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need
Source
new
SDK.
content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories. These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they? Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Ah, yes, we all know about the Steam reviews.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I?
No!
If I'm preachy, honestly, you can.
Nonsense.
This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Oh dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure, like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
I gotta admit, the elevator up and down ending was pretty fun.
You have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto.
Holy!
Anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have. And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No, 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 no. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 200.
Yeah, don't forget
that the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday.
I'm not gonna hit it. I'm gonna just wait and then see what happens.
It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably... Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or
exactly
a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once, that you are both making choices and... Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof! Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know. Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why this.
Wait a minute. I just realized, but
really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone.
I just realized, but the
I've checked. Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh my goodness, I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that.
one last time. Let's try. Let's figure out what happens.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one
Wait,
place and not moved for
how
an
long has it
entire
been?
year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously.
Hell yeah.
I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment, and I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my being. It was incredible. The spaciousness, the equanimity of the moment, both singular and infinite. For the longest time, this was my experience. And then, this moment passed, and the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting for you. Not that you might save me or do something to fix it, but merely to state for you the plain fact of this manner of existence. I wish you to feel afraid as I do, that perhaps one day this state of mind will consume you as well. Perhaps you will somehow, in some way, have to live as I do now, and I wish for you to know how excruciating it is, and for you to be in true terror of its eventual arrival. If I can only do this, only this one thing, perhaps it will bring me the smallest moment of peace in the darkness.
I wonder then what we do. Uh-oh.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't.
Not even the ventilation system's working anymore. Goddamn, how long are we?
The end is never the end, is never the end.
Oh God.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
That pipe is starting to rupture. We need to find a way out of here. the? Okay, one more skip. Okay, that is a creepy noise. Do you hit it one last time? What the? Nope, nope. Beginning camping procedure.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him.
Wait up! The new content is nicer now.
Oh good, you noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
It's not gonna be the same presentation, is it? Not that I don't like. I will say, I really love this game thus far. One of the best games ever.
Disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh, hell yeah!
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Oh, hell yeah. Stanley Parable 2. I actually like that. That actually sounds like it would be a cool thing.
I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
I was just checking my chat on what to do about the hole, because I look at previous messages. Yeah, that's right. We have to jump into a bunch of times. Huh, bus.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Enjoy these new features. Well, I gotta say, I'm already,
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with? You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is.
alright.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
This is very well designed. I really like this.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Oh, Jesus! That's actually pretty funny.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Actually, a lot of those rewards are actually very useful.
Oh goodness, Stanley, this is fairly awkward. I hate to do this, but before you leave, you really should go to the bucket exhibit.
Oh, right.
There's a surprise I was going to spring on you later, and it involves the bucket. And I really do hate to break the illusion, but it's important that you go see the bucket, okay? All right, I'll get out of your hair now.
Infinite hole?
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Wait a minute. Before we do that, we have two more things we need to check out.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most
Too
obvious
big,
answer
too
is that
small,
they want
just
to be
right.
individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Wait, does it check my...
Jim. Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you.
Oh, I thought I was gonna say my system
Okay,
name like it did for last time
your mind, forget whoever you are,
in
and
One
simply
Shot, where it
become a
initially
person
said
named Jim.
Jim.
Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name. Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first. Now, allow yourself to become Jim. Imagine yourself driving to work as Jim, playing frisbee on the weekends as Jim, staying up all night for a popcorn and horror movie sleepover as Jim, developing a crippling substance addiction as Jim, rediscovering yourself through fringe religious groups as Jim, and finally, dying a slow death at an old age, surrounded by members of your cult as Jim. You feel it in your soul?
Jim.
All right, fine, whatever. It's just a meaningless button that says Jim. Are you happy now? Get out of here. I'm done with this button. Why don't you go humiliate me in front of a different feature that I worked very hard on?
Jim.
I'll only let people named Jim play the Stanley Parable too. They would appreciate what I've created here.
Oh. Ideas. This merch. You know, this reminds me a little bit of like yeah, this area reminds me of like Circuit City before it went bankrupt, or like Staples, or like one of those places.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable.
I spent a lot of time in tech
confusing and
stores.
paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes,
Yeah.
the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I
Aww.
think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
Yes.
The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they?
Except
All
for
this
the fact
and
that it's
more,
in your field view.
in Stanley Parable 2. Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
I'm just gonna explore around here a bit more before we get to the hole. Oh, that's new!
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Let's see. Nothing up there. That kind of sucks. Alright, now it's time to get to the hole. Damn, that's actually quite an achievement. Holy moly, how deep can we dig? To infinity and your mom, but a hole.
If I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Okay, and I guess we're back in the hole now. Did you really need to see it again? I don't know what else there is to say, Stanley. It's an infinite hole. It's exactly what you're doing right now, but forever. There really are so many other fascinating exhibits that I've prepared for you. I really spent quite a lot of time
I actually
on
saw
this,
them all.
and I would very much like to show you some more of them. How about we go ahead and press that teleport button again so we can get back to what's really important about... Oh, goodness. Well, this is rather embarrassing, Stanley. I'll be honest with you, I truly did not believe that anyone would actually stay in the hole long enough to hit the bottom. Yes, I know, I told you the hole was infinite, but come on! Who actually wants to fall forever? The hole was plenty deep. It was more than deep enough, in my opinion. Maybe it's you who likes falling too much. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready. Oh, for heaven... You see? I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much.
Leave no holes, not
Not
explored.
Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime.
One more time.
Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the teleport button not working?
Yeah, it's not working.
Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again.
Not at all. Nope, still not working.
Nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
I'm married to the hole. Wait, what's going on? What's that? Uh-oh. What the hell? Is the hole getting progressively deeper as it continues? The Grand Pacer Hole is an aerobic capacity pacer hole that progressively gets deeper as it continues. I love her character model. It looks kind of stupid, but I love it.
My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using.
I love how my GPU always freaks out at like the most crucial moments. This PC is such a piece of crap. Yeah, this PC belongs on the top of a garbage can. Or a dumpster. That's the only place Vixen really belongs, is on the top of a dumpster. What the hell is this music? That's better. What the? There are Labrador puppies everywhere. Oh god, it's the Vine Boom, guys. It's the pyramids. What the hell is that? Oh, it's a little, like, that's my neighbor. What? Oh, God. Oh, it's a Mori style.
Stanley? 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 Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland.
What the hell is that? I love that,
Because
though.
this role is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the whole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them.
The whole...
Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
Is weird stuff gonna start happening again? Is bizarre...
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Let's check if there's anything more down there. Like, can you go down there again? But damn, that whole scene was fun. Absolutely love that. But that's the technology behind it, huh? Quite hard. You can't go in anymore. Already done that. That is unusable. Collectibles, I already done. Epilogue, already done. I don't know why my PC's scuffing so much all of a sudden. Like, I don't know why my PC's having the freak. He really does belong on the top of a... Oh my god, it completely disconnected again. This garbage PC belongs on the top of a trash dump. I want to throw this thing away so badly and replace it with a good laptop, a good desktop, just a good PC in general. Just a beefy, beastly good PC in general would be nice. Why is it having so much trouble with this game? Why is it having so much old man trouble with this game? Like, it handled... It handled... My PC is a never-ending paradox, because it, like, handled... Like, it ran... what was it? OneShot just fine. But yeah, it's having so much trouble with this. What the hell? I swear to God, this PC makes no sense. Like, Vixen is just nonsensical and hard to figure out. I don't know how Vixen works. Like, the inner mechanics and the workings of Vixen are just... Like, why does my GPU's encoder freak out with certain games but not others? Is my big question. Like, what determines what games cause it to freak out? Because it seems completely random. Like, it seems completely random. Because here's the thing. Much more intensive games, certain more intensive games don't cause it to freak out this badly. Like Senno Kiseki 2, a game that is, by all measure, easily harder to run than this, doesn't cause it to freak out. Like, that game doesn't cause it to freak out, but yet this one does. Like, it's just completely random, and I don't get. I don't get this computer. I don't get Vixen. A very confusing, confuddling machine. Vixen is. Like, I don't get what's going on with Vixen. Okay, there's gotta be some malware on this machine somewhere. Maybe it's my internet. Maybe they're throttling me again. Like, Comcast has done that to us in the past, where they just unfairly and unjustly throttle us over, like, stupid accusations in our BS. Or maybe it's like the military bases. I don't know. Because I've started to notice that, like, it cuts out more. Like, my stream seems to scuff more on days where there's more stuff going on over at the military bases. So I don't know, maybe it's the jammers over there. Maybe the jammers on those things are interfering with use of Wi-Fi devices. And if that's the case, if that is genuinely the case, where is the military bases interfering with stuff, and like the jammers on them, and like the signal jammers on them making... I think there's something wrong with my Wi-Fi. My phone started freaking out too. I think there's something wrong with my internet. So yeah, maybe it is the jammers, in which case, we're screwed then. Yeah, we're utterly screwed then, because if it's like the military base is like turning up the jammers wherever they're doing an exercise over there or something, then we are utterly screwed, because I cannot function in that. Like, you know, there's nothing I could do about that to fix that. There's nothing I could do to, like, remedy that. Like, I'm fucked. If that is the case, then yeah, no, we're screwed. Nah, it's a problem with this PC, alright. I don't know what's going on with it. This puny PC that could barely handle this game. But yeah, I can run Cold Steel 2, an arguably way bigger game. What the hell? This game... I don't know what's up with this desktop half the time. Like, it's confusing. It's honestly just a paradoxical, confusing desktop. I don't know, maybe it's the combination of old and new parts that I put in there that's the problem. Like, it did make this thing out of spare parts and, like, just random bits and bobs they had lying about. Maybe that's the issue.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere.
I get tired of
Let's
dealing
see
with
what's
Vix's
better. I'll
BS.
arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience.
Alright.
Okay.
But overall, really enjoyed the game thus far.
I give you the
All things
Stanley
considered.
Parable 2. Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of...
Yeah, there's definitely potential there.
Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game.
Yes, exactly.
Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really
there we go. Now my PC's not scuffing and freaking out all the time anymore.
Uncompromising conviction.
And just when I said that, it started having another freak out. What is going on with you tonight, Vixen?
Alright, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
This is your worst freak out you've had in, like, all night. I think my PC's dying. Yeah, my PC's definitely dying. Like, I need to replace it very soon.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
Let's see, is it any different from the last one?
427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Until one day...
something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Wonder, where's the... Ah!
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Yeah, I'm guessing the military's doing some exercises or something. Because... I don't know. Sometimes I really do wonder if it's, like, generally my PC, or if there's, like, some kind of, like, something interfering with Wi-Fi devices here, because, like, you see, I do sometimes think my PC does have to factor into it, but also... my area of Pennsylvania in particular, there's some really screwy stuff where like Wi-Fi will not work in certain areas altogether. Like it just hard cuts off for whatever reason. And it doesn't matter what internet service provider you're using, if you're cellular or if you're like ISP Wi-Fi, it doesn't matter. It will just cut off entirely. And it's usually near those military bases nearby and other locations. So I wonder if during military like training exercises they turn up the jammers and it like starts interfering with my connection. Like that's actually pretty probable, especially because Nah, it's his
Stanley
PC.
clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
You know what happens? What happens if you enter the...
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Yeah, now it's stabilized, so...
Stanley was once again stunned.
I don't know, there's something up with my GPU and Unity. Because I noticed that Unity games just have the worst luck on this PC for whatever reason. Like, sure they run better, but my encoder seems to hate them.
The dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the pin number for the keypad was 2845.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to check my graphics card after this. I'm gonna need to totally reseat it after this stream again.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs, trying to input anything on, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. I implore you to savor each and every moment.
This is actually really clever. I like this. Yeah, I'm gonna need to reseat my GPU. These are not normal readings from it. I hate this computer so damn much.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
I don't know, it just seems like just anything in my general, area has trouble functioning. There's no way it's not connected to the military bases. There's no way.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
It held something, that's for sure.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs.
What the?
The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place?
I don't really know what Bucket would want or not want to do. I don't really think we should be in the place to say.
He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Trust no one, not even yourself.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Alright, let's try the true ending.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. It was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived.
Yeah, it was one that was worth it.
To lean on, to trust, to support, and what? Wait, what was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room.
Oh, god damn it.
Uncertainty. Until
We're
finally the truth
not
hit
both
Stanley
gonna
square in the
die
face.
here, are we?
This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious...
Oh, what the hell?
Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Alright. You know what? Trust the completionist's instinct.
Oh no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
This time we're gonna be doing the same route as the true ending, but with a little twist.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous...
Or I could do like,
television
you know what? We haven't done
What
like the
horrible
true
secret
ending
did this
yet,
place
so we could do
hold?
like the true
Stanley thought
ending
to himself.
for now.
Did he have the strength
And
to
then
find
we're
out?
gonna be doing the twist true ending afterwards.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle
Alright,
the
let's
controls
see.
once and for all.
Which button should I hit?
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted?
Yep!
Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system.
Uh-oh.
In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time.
Button and provide. Let's see.
About me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better.
Come on,
My
work.
goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here. Just being blown to pieces.
No, this is the end.
Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me. All a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
Oh, damn! So that's what happens. You just die if you try to take control of the machine.
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer. Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was.
I think it was.
How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Your one insightful bucket. However, does it have dialogue?
Being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door.
Oh, it does.
Then walking to the lounge.
Yeah, it does have
What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired.
The call of the bucket.
Perhaps this was where the bucket felt most truly at home. Here in the employee lounge. Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can even feel at home.
And good, my PC has finally stopped freaking out. But yeah, as I said before, it's something that I noticed about like Wi-Fi devices out here. Like, as like, sure, my PC is to blame for a lot of it. Like, it is an older PC and has issues with the encoder. But sometimes it genuinely seems like something else is interfering with it. So I do wonder if, like, and it's real cool that they did re-record a lot of the dialogue to account for the bucket now.
In the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back to business.
I often do wonder, like...
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Ah! How'd forget that right click makes you run?
Here,
Said the bucket.
go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone,
Said the bucket.
pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Hi, his apartment's not too bad looking. Alright, let's see.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head. Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Back to work.
Anyway, Stanley, can you hear me?
Yeah?
Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else. You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal. It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now
Only
on, he's just going to
bucket.
cling to this bucket, this cold,
Only
empty
Monica
bucket,
a
this
bucket.
sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it. Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another. Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Even he is getting convinced by the bucket.
No, I'm having feelings for the bucket. No,
What the
no, no, no.
Oh no, what
Why
the
do I
hell?
agree with the bucket? Hear
What?
the bucket has to say. Do
Hamina! Stop the presses!
Confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll...
What the hell? What was that? What was that? They just have feelings?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
They just have feelings for the bucket?
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Alright, let's see. Where else can we go with the buck?
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift
Alright,
all the
we're
way to
now
the top.
going to
There's
jump
something up there I
off
need you to
onto,
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking.
onto the
It
guardrails
should have
as
alarmed
soo-
him, of
or
course,
onto the
because buckets
catwalk
come
as soon
But
as we,
Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact.
as
He
soon
was
as we're
firmly
above it.
convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says,
Oh,
"No
God
buckets
damn it.
past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it.
Uh-oh.
This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment. Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me
It's
whether
a
or not the thing I'm
game
telling you is a
show.
bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket.
Alright.
Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
I'm loving this.
Item 3. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket.
Oh, god damn it! No, that's most certainly not a bucket.
Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket.
That's not a bucket.
Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Huh.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket? You know what? I'm too
All right.
sorted out.
Ugh.
I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? No one could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
Oh no!
I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
The bucket.
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game? Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And
No, you're not.
You're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets.
We're not
Yes,
buckets.
I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
We're gonna be trying all endings with the bucket.
Correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
I really like the Now, a while ago, in the original game, it was actually, I believe these were like Cool Breeze drinks, like Dr. Breen's Private Reserve or something of the nature.
First, walking through the door on the right, then walking to the lounge, then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them...
Then Raven Software, of course, you know, changed it.
...head to the opposite door. Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
What the hell?
I'm concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it. Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it plays some silly music as well.
Oh, it's the music again.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from
Yeah.
the dialogue? Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers. It's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid
What
of the
the hell is
That's why I'm
that?
very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready. Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? Certainly not. I wonder what
It seems like everything's about to collapse.
the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Uh-oh. What just happened?
The Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such
Did it just
spellbinding
blow
stories
up?
about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent. All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
Yeah?
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Yeah, because we're gonna be trying out every single ending tonight. Yeah, that's creepy.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire.
I'm gonna go,
presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light...
I'm gonna go get a drink. Hopefully my stream doesn't crash again.
Always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845. "2845. Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself. And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
I'm back with another of Pepsi's Royal Colas. Royal Cola. Alright, back to the game. Sorry about that, I was really thirsty. I do not drink very often on stream. I almost said strink. What the hell am I even saying anymore? But yeah, I don't when I'm on duty, I rarely ever
Wait,
drink.
Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing. Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over. Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection.
Oh boy.
How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
Damn, that's some nice wine. Oh, generator. I do wonder, why would they need... Why do they need one of these stereotypical generators you see everywhere when they got power all over the facility? I don't know, just something I've asked.
The bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly.
But yeah, we're gonna be trying every and all endings.
Said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see.
Yeah, we're gonna try all endings with the bucket.
Feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
Before we go back to the normal endings.
Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved organ, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears.
Let's
The whole
see.
time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator. Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be? Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to President number 3. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3
What
meant
the hell? I
and
love
why he
this.
felt so alive when pressed.
This game
Then
is
the bucket
beautiful.
would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others.
This game is so beautiful.
It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work. For months, he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it until
The guy
it couldn't be
went to
refined a single
Mars.
measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
World's first sentient machine. An evening with world peace, baby. Three,
This was
three,
it.
three, three,
One
three.
last
Nice.
chance to win the bucket over.
The
One
Lord
opportunity
doing
to
great
share
with
a
Alexander
true
the
connection
Great.
with a loved one.
The dude that came up. I just love reading all these. Like, I just love.
There was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure, and in that moment Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect
Oh,
had
boy.
eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship,
Ah, damn. The
was
number
cast
3
back
killed their
into
relationship.
the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
No, I think that's mainly a joke on Valve and how they can't count to 3 most of the time.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. The good
All right.
old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket.
Let's see if what happens when you actually give it to the bucket killer machine.
The bucket turned out to be correct. Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps.
What happens when you actually decide to kill the bucket?
Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right, then walking to the lounge, then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Oh, good Stanley, I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this
Including
the bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel.
We
content.
care about
We're
you,
the ones that matter,
Stanley.
Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans... Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows
What
where
line?
it'll go from
Trademark?
next? And played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now
Yep.
as back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new
Let's
addition to the rich lore of the
sacrifice
Stanley Parable.
it.
True, it also was not in the original
Bucket,
game. It's such a
I'm sorry, man, but I'm gonna have to kill you.
Personality that to me,
There's
it
no
really
other
feels
way.
as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready. Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The Broom Closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Alright, so you can't feed it, unfortunately. You can't feed the bucket to the Bucket Destroyer.
The Bucket Destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such... Spellbinding stories about you, all of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
All right.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
All right. One thing you do notice is that
Bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all.
Uh-oh.
Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket.
Uh-oh.
Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed,
And then comes
repeating,
his
which was,
death.
of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket!
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room.
There are
passing
buckets
from one
everywhere!
to the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley! Find me!
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
Ugh.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through
I think
town,
that's
talking
all
and
the
stammering to
buckets.
himself, and then collapsed
I
dead
think that's
on
all
his
the bucket
side.
endings because
Right away, she knew what the problem
you
was.
can't even enter beyond a certain point with the bucket.
Of course, he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter.
Yep.
Of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Okay, I like that. The end is never the end.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
Okay, so no more bucket shenanigans. Just resist the urge.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
It was just okay. 9.5 out of 10. It's okay. IGN.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not.
Wait a minute.
I realize that investing in your
I just realized, but
difficult. But the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
oh, you can't jump off there and get it.
Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone. Oh, no, you can't. Did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken.
Yep, sure, you're just our Valentine.
Incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario,
This is actually pretty funny.
A person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack." Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to
I
wonder if
made,
your choices are
like,
actually meaningful,
about,
whether
like,
you'll
20
ever
in
make a
this game
significant
alone.
contribution to the world,
Yes,
just
I do
remember
keep count.
that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Ah, welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please. Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Warning, do not jump. Yeah. How can you find someone who's dead, though? Because usually falling off would, you know.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
Well, you know, is someone falling to their death? Usually?
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Whoa!
In the manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked,
It's
unraveled,
way dangerous,
Stanley wondered
way
in
different.
disbelief who orchestrated
What the?
until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it.
That's your business strategy, huh?
All the answers to his questions. And beyond
Oh,
his possibility,
Jesus.
he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code. Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
How I speak it?
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you?
No, I can't
Please
speak it.
Speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
Night Shark 115. Come on.
Okay, fine, you're not gonna do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
Good. Hopefully we're not too late.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game
Oh
done?
no!
Left here like so much garbage. It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever. Reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You. Who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see?
Maybe.
Like Stanley. He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard.
Exactly.
I tried
But
so hard to
alas.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Wait up.
Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay?
I'm outside of the game.
I need to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose.
It's a very good game, though. Like, I really like how, you know, it's really getting,
You never know. I need this. The story needs it.
like, it's really,
You hear me?
really having a lot of thoughtful discussion on, like, narrative and storytelling and all that. Really cool.
Okay. It's okay, I can wait.
And one of the most creative games I have seen, like, in a while.
That is the best choice. That's all right.
Or rather, one of the best games that I have played thus far.
Take as much time as you need.
We've been playing a lot of good games this week. Like, we've been Like, we finished Cold Steel 2, we finished half of OneShot. Well, the first half of OneShot.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Part 2 eventually. Once we can figure out to unlock the game files to do it. I wonder, what does happen when you input everything in there? Like, I don't know about you, but something seems to, like...
Came to a set of 2 open doors. He entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Oh, there we go.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Hang on here!
Another miniature Stanley figurine.
Okay, I need a pee.
There really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Alright, I'm back.
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had
What
begun.
the?
So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far. You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every
Lost
time you
cat,
watch a movie where
Gene.
it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting.
Which, did you know that cats are actually incredibly strong for their size?
Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
Like, they're actually incredibly... What the hell? What the hell?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it
What the
mean?
hell's going on
He
here?
decided to go to the meeting room.
I'm more
Simply missed the
interested
memo.
in what the hell's up with the, what the hell is up with the ground? Like, that's what I'm really interested in,
No matter
is...
how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
What the hell happened here?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But
9 out of
even after
10.
business, Stanley
It's
took the first
okay.
open door on his left.
IGN. Sorry, I always have to say that, because
Stanley was so bad at
here's the
following
thing.
directions, it's incredible he wasn't
most
5
people
years
will
ago.
not even remember, like, this meme format, but
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
it's like on one of those fake boss art or fake box art memes.
Difficult, but the fact is that the story
Where it's like saying like 9.5 out of 10, it's okay.
Someone you forgot.
Like, that was an actual joke.
Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley.
What the?
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Ah,
I'm
it's
just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley.
That actually sound like, what
Come
character
inside.
did that sound
Let me
like?
show you
Oh
what's
yeah, that
really
was
going
Sarah
on.
Valstein's voice. Yeah, that was Sarah Valstein.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley. Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him.
Wait,
And every
Stanley's
button that he
dying here
pushes
too?
is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, in his mind he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful, and each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him. And so he began to fantasize about his own job.
Wait a
First, he
minute,
imagined
I
that
just
one day
realized.
while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly. So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either.
Wait up,
Ah,
I just realized, but
It
take a
barely
look.
even mattered what lay behind
As
each
you press the
door.
buttons,
The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
stuff starts to look
As he wandered
more
through
and
this
more like,
fantasy world,
yep,
he began to
see,
fill it
more
with
and more
many
like it
possible
was
paths
from
and
The Office.
destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer.
See,
That as long
the
as he remains
entire
here,
office
he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't
just
stop.
appeared out of
Here,
nowhere,
watch this.
yep.
Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it. You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended
This is
purpose,
not,
to serve Stanley.
yeah, this is
Well,
not
that's
gonna
different, I
end
suppose.
well.
I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must.
This is not going to
Perhaps-
end well.
Maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again. And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again.
What?
And I tried.
Please die.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Wait up. How's a balloon using a... Sorry about that. I was just checking something out on my phone.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Alright, let's see here. Let's see here. Which one should we choose? Because have we explored all the left side endings yet? I think we have. Like, we did the whole up and down elevator one. We did the whole,
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to
yeah,
stop by
we
the
did the
employee
whole,
lounge first, just to admire it.
basement insanity one that led to him
It was okay.
dying.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took
We
the
did
first
the
open door
whole...
on his left.
Let's see if there are any others in the mind control facility or somewhere like that. Maybe...
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Let's check. Let's see. Maybe there is another one that I
Look,
just
Stanley, I think
haven't
perhaps we've
seen
gotten
yet.
off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the
Well-
fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley.
Hell yeah, we got
Now,
another
I'm torn
Stanley.
between Stanlerines and Figlers. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Shit. Which one do we go through?
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red... Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy. No, wait. Where are you going? Oh, no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think. No! Oh, thank God you lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room?
Yeah, it's still doing its thing.
No. No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this? Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that? Yes, perhaps you can. Perhaps you finally see what I'm talking about.
Well, let's be honest here. I am much less inclined to,
Is this really how much you dislike my game?
No, it's
That you'll
more
throw
that I
yourself
just...
from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill
No,
yourself to
it's
keep me
more
from
of just
being
trying
happy?
to escape
Am I reading the situation correctly?
and making sure that I do not get stuck down here forever.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours. Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back. Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Just thought to turn off one little computer before we continued.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
But you know what? Let's see. Did we do... Yeah, we did everything in the broom closet,
Coming to a
obviously.
staircase,
We did
Stanley
everything down
walked
there.
upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go.
So now the big question is, do we do everything we possibly can in the MC app, in the mind control facility? Because I'm gonna hunt every ending possible in this game.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Then we're gonna go back to the room I should have saved for the finale.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
I just realized, but there was an entirely other platform gonna be
This
built there.
mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
You know what? It's true ending time. We're gonna be doing the true ending for real.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel.
Exactly.
Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation. the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Alright, main story over.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
But yeah, I had to complete the true ending.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and
I just felt like
perfectly
completing the main
Perhaps he
ending
wanted to
once
stop
and
by
just
the
doing a
employee lounge
pilgrimage
first,
to it.
just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Let's see.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Mission says, since a large room, lots of boxes. Stairs, so you do with stairs. Private but smelly place for an important oh, boss.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler Anmarines. Very soon, you'll collect the rest, and then the first number will equal the second
Figler
number, and
Anmarines.
that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler Anmarines. None of us can.
Something to do with stairs, they say.
Here's the door. Just go. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Welcome!
Ah!
Back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours. So, here you go. New content.
Of course.
You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that
I
enhances
knew.
your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content? Always more content, more, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game, with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are. We call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
You did it!
Good job.
You did it! I love that.
3, 2, 1. Good job. You made
Hey, to the bottom of the...
mind control facility. You jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. You should have been careful. It used to be a bug, but now it's an ending. Now it's an ending. I believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier. Chase your dreams.
Yeah, this is one of the things that Raven added. Not that Raven Software added. It was not part of the original game.
You did it. Good job. 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 You did it.
It was so infamous, though, that they recorded an entire goddamn track about it. I love the... I love this game. I almost said that game. I don't even know what I said, to be honest. Yeah, I almost said that game. Half the time I can speak clearly, and the other half of the time I can't speak clearly. It's weird.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket.
A cultured bucket!
And entered the door on his left.
A cultured bucket! A bucket of culture! Small floating objects appear. Something about
Stanley and the
stairs.
bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Where is it, though? I wonder. Yeah, we don't want to go down there. That way is death. That way is death. Oh yeah, and I believe one of the endings requires the code.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along?
The bucket
Was the
knew.
bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most
They
logical
knew.
explanation.
One of the endings, by the way, requires us to input code over a period of time. But it's gonna be a while before we could reach that
Stanley
one.
and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Alright, let's do this.
But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall.
How be
But
barely?
what to do next, Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It really wasn't so bad down here, a bit cold perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few
What?
shelves as well.
Where are they even getting these building materials is my big
Useful for when the bucket
question.
was craving paninis. But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning.
Uh-oh.
It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over
Going
again,
back.
staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all.
We already saw the
It was
true
trying to
ending.
live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True.
Alright, so from what I remember of watching this a real long time ago,
Accept the reality of things. Maybe this will become an
there's one outside the hallway, outside of 417.
counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
I can't snap my fingers. Well, on my left hand I can. More or less.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great.
It's something to do
he
with
thought
my
himself.
screwed up
This
motor
is what I
control.
wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
Don't ask how my body's so screwed up. It just is.
Oh, and I guess this is where Stanley felt he needed to be right now, in this little hallway. Here, with no distractions, to study room 417. Not to actually enter it. No. That would be far too forward. Stanley wanted to know it from the outside. To see
Yeah,
it not just with his
especially that
eyes, but
that
with his
ladder.
heart. He would know room 417 as no man or woman had ever known an office before. That ladder over there. Oh, and that little picture of a horizon or something. It's all just a never-ending parade of joy for Stanley. Ah, no, apparently not.
Anything else? No.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. Ah, the embrace of an old friend, a weathered companionship that stands the test of time. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest, and this was not the correct way to the meeting room.
I
But Stanley
wonder
had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that
if
the
you
end point
fall.
range was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
I wonder if you plug it
said the
with the
bucket.
bucket,
Don't go to the meeting room.
what will
Go
happen?
somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift
Oh,
all
there's
the way to the
so
top.
much.
There's
There's
something up
so
there
many
I need you to
choices.
do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
All right, let's try.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket.
It's funny.
Oh,
Yeah, I know.
goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Oh, comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I knew better, but there isn't exactly
Nah,
an
it's
instructional
fine.
video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How
Yep.
does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively
This is
silence
actually
your
really,
political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is
Yes.
Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis
Also,
of
the
the
full
joke,
motion video
including the
is
specific
pretty
time at
clever
which the
too.
recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny."
What the hell
Practice
is...
screaming, "I'm
No
Dunny
one
with
says
the funny"
that.
now. Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence, and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
What the hell?
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing...
Yeah, that sounds like Cold War propaganda.
So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of
Everyone's
this again,
scared of...
so I can try telling my story
with
more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back. I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley. The bucket spoke. The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
The bucket. I have the bucket.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
What happens when we get to the right again? What the hell?
What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There were supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the two doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my... Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
You know what? Let's try this again.
What? We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go.
All right.
When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Okie doke.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes.
Oh!
Try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame.
Paled in shame.
Pale. What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal. I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
Let's see.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
We're gonna look for the computer you enter shit, what was it? That password on, that's right. Because it's very important to the story. Don't ask how it's important to the story yet, it just is.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Yeah, it's important to one particular... There we go!
Here's the door, just go. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Welcome! You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours. So here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content? Always more content, more content, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game, with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are. We call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
Good job, you did it. Good job. 3, 2, 1. Good job, you made it to the bottom of the mind control
Facility.
Jumped on the catwalk.
Okay.
Should have been careful. Should have been careful.
You know, I do have an idea. I do have a bit of an idea. I have a bit of an idea.
I believe in your ability to cross this barrier and chase your dreams. Railings don't mean anything. Good job, you did it.
Good job, you did. Good job, you did. Good job, you did.
Good job, you did it. 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 Good job, you did it.
Best feel-good song of the year. Nah, it's alright.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked,
Alright,
he couldn't
just
find
one
a trace
more.
of his co-workers.
But first we're gonna do one of the hardest endings to get. One of the absolute...
In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I still sometimes hold the shift key down in games.
Oh,
Not-
Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and life.
The broom closet ending has different dialogue. Like it's the less insulting.
Now it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over
Yeah,
the
like
bucket?
when they walked out, then walked back in, and he was like, "Oh, you too."
This is worse than I had
Nah,
imagined.
it has different dialogue for the
Now,
bucket.
The broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends, that your relationship is purely superficial and convenient, that your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
Wonder, does it work?
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now, no
Ha
more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things. All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see, I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
Alright, one more time. No
You know
doubt.
what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Alright, let's go.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket
Let's go
walked
get the
upstairs
hardest
to the
ending
boss's office.
of all time.
Stepping in.
Is it just me, or has it changed slightly? It's gotta be just me. It's gotta be just my imagination. The old fox brain playing tricks on me. This place has escape pods. Just how big is this facility, I wonder? Like, there's no way this is all above ground, from what we've seen. Nah, great variety of it has to be, like, underground or something. There's no other way. Just simply no other way. I just realized, but... No, my mind is not playing tricks on me. What the? Bucket? Is he paying the bucket? Okay. Wait, he's not going in there. What about if we try the escape pod ending?
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
Where's the final occurrence of the monitor?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Yeah, let's see. Is there a normal variant of the,
Here's the door.
Yeah, is there a normal variant, I wonder, of the escape pod ending that doesn't have the, bucket? And that trust the completionist instinct written in blood was always super creepy to me. As I feel it would be to any normal person. Well, not that I'm a normal person, I'm far from it, but... I want you to look very closely and carefully at the surroundings. Do you notice how those rooms never change? As you climb up, how they're just basically just copy pasted. Like, I don't know. I think they should have like added a bit more variety there. Like, I understand why they didn't. Like, they needed to speed this along, but I don't know. I wish they did. Just a little bit. Still a great game overall, though. So, yeah, the escape pod ending. Oh, what happens? This is heaven? But yeah, it was just, I don't know, the other escape pod ending was just super boring.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
What? Hang on.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its
Hell yeah!
commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in?
It's certainly
Okay,
something.
I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain. There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. Yes. You too will become quite unbearable.
Huh. Alright, here we go. I think it's restart time. Yeah, I think this is restart time. Yo, respawn? Hello? Alright, does not respawn.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Good to
Stanley decided to
know!
go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed. Stanley took the bucket with him into this little hallway and closed the doors. This was their hideout. No one would ever find them here. Of course, no one would ever find them anyway because everyone was missing. But Stanley chose to ignore this fact and instead focus on how cool the hideout was. Just him and the bucket, two renegade heroes against the world, inside their secret, undetectable hideout, here, next to room 417. What a treat. Ah, no, apparently not. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
Okay, I think I have a good idea where the final trinket is, where the final figurine is. I think I have a good idea.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the
Because we
boss's
got the
office.
OG one, we got the original figurine. There you are.
Here it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here, and now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Alright, we got it. We figured it out. Hell yeah.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Alright.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Supposedly there's a secret ending, by the way, if you collect all the,
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
You know what, now we're gonna begin the game again. Because here's the thing. So, there's actually a figurines ending you can unlock. As far as I know.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment
Yep.
of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness?
Hell yeah!
Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Alright.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent.
Exactly.
We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
I just love how cool everything is. Like, this just...
And here was the second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own just by poking around behind the boss's office. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest, back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
I know.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember? Hey, that's exactly right. It was here in the warehouse. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
Ain't that the
Let's see,
truth?
what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
Neither can I remember that zone, honestly.
This was the 5th mini Stan, and this one was really something special. It was in the boss's bathroom. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Oh my god, this is a callback to old 2000s music videos. A tidal wave of nostalgia just hit me. Tidal wave. This makes me feel so old. Just remembering these videos makes me feel so old.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Now everything's so high budget.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here, under the stairs. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like. And then there was no more. because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone.
Hell yeah. So yeah, there was a secret ending for
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the Memory Zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels. Okay, yes, that spot under the stairs. I remember this.
Okay.
I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the Memory Zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more. And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes, I love that video. Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room. These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Well, this room in itself is well, this ending in itself rather is a reward. More or less.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Holy.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then.
Yeah!
But time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
Again, the sound design is so wonderful.
Yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one. And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decision, decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason.
Actually,
Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley
God
really
damn,
did make
this
for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Okay, so some of these endings, like, you can't actually go through the new content ending, I believe, with the bucket, but that's gonna that's gonna require, not retire, require. Cannot speak today. Yeah, that's gonna require, restarting the game again. Yeah, that's gonna require just completely restarting the game over.
Doing nothing at all. He seems to think I have nothing better to do with my time than to sit around and describe every fascinating little detail of his inability to do anything. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find out. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Not sure how you do that, but... Hold on! Was this here previously? I don't think we could ever enter this place previously.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation,
What's
Stanley
going on?
broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
I don't know, maybe going back through?
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Maybe if I go back through the blue door ending again?
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office
Maybe
was
I
being
could
viewed.
activate
Monitors
the
like guinea pigs.
new content ending again
Had never seen anything
without
like
fully
this, and it
rebooting the
very
game.
nearly
Maybe I
burst
could
into
do
tears
that.
As Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under
But
the mind
now
control
we're gonna be
facility's
trying,
influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raise
let's see what happens when we try to take control of the mind control
He screamed
facility.
into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never.
And cause the
Squeezed
self-destruct
bucket
sequence
tighter.
with the
His
bucket.
one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would... But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along?
What
Over
the?
machine claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds.
Huh?
Silly birds. The control buttons became active again. Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intention.
Oh, that's underwhelming.
Known this all along. Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yeah, I'm gonna try. So I'm gonna try.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
We're gonna try
Stop by the employee lounge
blue
first,
ending
just to
again.
admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the
Yeah, we're gonna
first
try
open
blue
door on
ending
his left.
again. Then we're going to try to get into
It's incredible he wasn't fired.
yeah, then we're gonna try to see if it by way
Stanley, I think perhaps
in
we've
any
gotten off
way
on the wrong
whatsoever
foot here. I'm not your enemy, really.
activates
I realize that investing
the
your
blue
trust
door
in
again.
someone else can be difficult. But in his eagerness to prove that
Oh,
he is
God
in control
damn
of the
it.
story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death.
I did not
Good
want to
job,
die.
Stanley.
That was
Everyone
not my
thinks you are
idea.
very powerful. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go
Yeah,
to the
that
meeting
was
room.
not
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
my plan. My plan was not to die.
When Stanley came to a set
But
of
no,
two
I
open,
still
this was not
died.
the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley
I'm
knew it
kind of
perfectly
mad
well.
about that.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
But as far as I can remember, you
If
can
you
actually
okay.
take the bucket
But
through
eager to get back to business,
both the memory
Stanley
zone
took the first
and
open door on his left.
because we did like
Stanley was so bad at
as
following
far as I know,
directions,
we did
it's
like
incredible he wasn't
90%
fired
of
years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about... But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to
I
tell him
gotta
what to
remember
do,
that
Stanley
the
leapt
right
from the
click
platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley.
can
Everyone
get me
thinks you are
killed,
very
and that is
powerful.
a stupid keybind. Like, why that's a
All of his
keybind
co-workers
walking
were
to
gone.
the
What could
right
it mean?
click?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Makes
Perhaps he had
no
simply missed a memo.
sense. It's
When
honestly
Stanley
quite
came to a
stupid.
set of two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the
Yeah, I
employee
don't
lounge
like that.
first,
That was
just
just
to
a
admire it.
bad design choice,
It was
honestly.
okay. But eager to get back to
Then
business,
again,
Stanley took the first open door on
Raven.
his left.
Then again, you know,
Stanley was so bad at following
that's
directions
Activision
that he
Software.
wasn't
That's
fired years ago.
Activision subsidiaries for you.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off
You
on
win
the wrong
some,
foot here.
you
I'm
lose
not
a
your
lot.
enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be
And for the
difficult,
most part,
but the fact is that the
Face Punch
story
did
has been
win
about nothing but you
in
all
partnering
this
with Raven
time.
Software.
There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley.
But
Someone you've
the
forgotten.
right click,
Really?
walk bind
I was in the middle of something. Do you
was
have
just,
zero consideration
I
for
don't know.
others? Are you that convinced that I
Maybe
want
it was
something
part of
bad
the,
to
I
happen
don't think
to
it was
you?
part of the
Why,
original game.
I don't know how to convince you of this, but
As
I really
far as
do
I
want
know.
to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out
Yeah,
there? You
let's
wanna find
try
out what
this.
lies
So
at the
let's
end of
try
this
this
road
ending.
you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even
We're gonna
finished
try
knowing this
it.
section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here,
I don't
Stanley.
know why
Help
my
elucidate these
GPU's
strange and
encoder
unknowable
keeps
desires
screwing
of
up. It was
yours.
doing just
What would have
fine.
made this game better? What do
It's
you
doing just
want?
fine last night.
Vehicles? Skill trees?
Now it's all
Work with
screwed
me,
up
you've given
again.
me
I have to
absolutely
reseat the
nothing so
GPU
far.
again. That is so
Tell you what,
fantastic.
Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback.
I have to
There we
reseat
go.
my graphics card like
This
every
really
3
feels leaps ahead of
streams.
where we were before.
I have to
Go ahead,
reseat this
Stanley.
thing's
Take it from
GPU because
Stanley.
its encoder starts screwing up, and if I don't.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
What if we hit 1?
One? I mean, I can understand if you had reservations, you saw ways the game could be improved to more fully express itself mechanically and artistically, but a 1? That's not even helpful. What am I supposed to do with that? But I guess it isn't my place to judge. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Stanley Parable leaderboard.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting.
Hell yeah!
Take a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot
You
it
mean
up.
the make sure the baby survives game.
The baby crawls left towards danger.
Don't
You
let the
click
baby
button
die.
To move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life.
I would
The artwork
hit.
will really take notice. But of
Here's
course,
the thing with
message of
YouTube
the game
and
only
their
becomes clear
and their
once you
12-hour
play for about
limits.
4 hours.
12 hours is
So
way
why
too
don't you give it
restrictive.
4 hours of play to make sure it's
Because,
effective? Be
like,
sure to keep
I had
notes
to
on those
rush
things.
my Cold Steel 2 ending because of it. I had to rush,
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because
I had
you
to
hate
rush,
babies or purely to spite me?
like,
Because if it's
several
right
other
or I don't know
games
what to
because
do,
of
I
it.
completely
All
have
because
ideas. I can't think of a single
of
thing that might improve
of
the
this
experience
12-hour
for me.
limit. It's just
I'm not
super
even going to try.
restrictive.
I'm out.
And
I'm out. I'm done.
I think it's
It's
just the
over.
stupidest thing ever. Like,
Thank
I
you for
understand
playing.
that's
Your
due to their
input was
tech
extremely
limits
valuable.
compared to
Oh, hey,
Twitch.
since my game was so awful, why don't you play someone
But,
else's
you know,
game?
they could
Just to ease the
seriously, like,
pain.
improve the
Let's see.
tech,
What do we
and
have here?
then they could, you know, remove the limits after that. Like, they could have seriously done that, but
Yes, this seems like it'll work.
no,
Let's
they
give it
just
a
failed
shot.
to do so, and it's just really annoying.
Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is
Being,
our motivation? Well, it seems
For
obvious to me
Firewatch,
that you want to play as
obviously.
a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high. in
Gold
the
Man?
tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there. Oh no. No, it can't be.
Yes, it is an open world game.
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing. Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun. Hold on. What are you doing?
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me?
Ah!
You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Oh god, it's black space. Welcome to black space. You have been here for as long as you can remember. Oh god, just thinking about black space gives me nightmares. Like, black space was one of the most truly horrifying things I have ever seen in a video game. Actually, no, a lot of stuff from the...
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's
A lot of stuff from Amore truly terrified me, like...
happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes
I had
with it.
like...
He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back.
But yeah, I am...
Very soon.
Two games that are truly the most terrifying for me are like Bioshock 2's, those big systems are absolute nightmare fuel. And Amore's Something and the Black Space are a close second to the big sisters.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
Big sisters are way scarier though.
Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace, protective yet delicate, assertive yet compassionate.
We're gonna have to restart, aren't we?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers. The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room.
Ah, Stanley's bucket. The only co-worker he would ever truly need.
Come on, let me in. Hmm. There's a phone outside Stanley's office, right?
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited.
I'm trying to
Hours
remember what to
passed,
do.
then days.
From...
Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one
Rather,
thing he knew
I'm
for
just
sure,
guessing
beyond any doubt,
wildly.
was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way. Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks. No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true
let's
reward for
see.
valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
"417."
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he... All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference. Nor did it... No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. Is Stanley, without the bucket, really Stanley at all? No, no, surely not.
Alright, you need one unfortunately, to get one, you need one random beginning to get.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Which, yeah, that's gonna be a bit of a challenge, but I have about, like, 6 hours left of stream time, so we could do it.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
Wait up.
Go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
What happens if you fall with the bucket?
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms.
Oh, that's actually, morbid. Yes.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply... As Stanley lifted his bucket, he felt a connection to all buckets everywhere. This adventure, he decided, was for all of them.
I'm having too much of a blast with this bucket. I'm sorry.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find her. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
That's your business strategy.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes. This
You
is
know what?
certainly the most
Let's go to the
logical
dev
explanation.
room again. Yeah, let's go to the dev room again. Perhaps.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
Yeah,
The
let's.
door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Yeah, this is the this is the museum. Ah!
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death?
Yeah,
This is what
exactly.
Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death. It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way.
Wait
This
up.
one stood above the rest. It was a
Wait
glorious
up.
bucket of gold.
There's an entire memoir of the bucket. The bucket. You're standing at the precipice of knowledge, much like the bucket itself. The human mind is frequently empty within, a cavernous void. But through use of the exhibit of a mind in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge it really has.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
There's an entire bucket society in lore. Billions died, and yet no one has ever managed to control it. The bucket. What the hell? The bucket? Buckets predate the existence of
No
mankind.
man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as
What
this
the
one.
hell?
It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
The hanging bucket.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision of the...
Ah!
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. What new mysteries lay in store for our bucket-loving heroes today? Let's find out. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
I know.
Now this, Stanley thought to himself, this is a bucket. And indeed it was. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
It takes 10 years for my new phone to restart. And they restarted because they forced another update they could not avoid restarting for onto it. And when an update forces you to restart, you know it's some really malicious stuff. At least on phones, anyway. Everything's so laggy. There we go. Now it's... Now it's working.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on. I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing?
Alright, still not the correct... Because we need it to either say, had he gone missing?
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
Yeah, we need the narrator to say, had the orders stopped coming?
Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
Or his phone to ring. And then we could do the
meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
Not the correct one.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where...
That's the same one.
I can't wait to tell this story.
Yeah, it's a very rare beginning, but...
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself, and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Perfect!
Finally, yes! The bucket! Yes!
Perfect! Now we can finally do it. What? What the hell? Welcome to heaven, I guess. Bye, kid. What the hell? What in God's name is this? What? Bucket. What is even going on? It's like, what the hell? The bucket lore in Stanley Parable is wild. Yeah, the bucket lore is wild. Okay, now we need to get... So whiteboard ending
All of his co-workers were gone.
is one of the hardest, and for good reason. It needs the extra rare blue office to actually happen. Perfect.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What's the whiteboard ending? Wait, what does that mean? Dog mode. What does that mean?
One man, one bucket, one chance to seize their destiny together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find out. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Alright, you know what? Now then.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted. Oh, and I guess this is where Stanley felt he needed to be right now. In this little hallway. Here, with no distractions, to study room 417. Not to actually enter it. No. That would be far too forward. Stanley wanted to know it from the outside. To see it not just with his eyes, but with his heart. He would know room 417 as no man or woman had ever known an office before. That ladder over there. Oh, and that little picture of a horizon or something. It's all just a never-ending parade of joy for Stanley. No, apparently not. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun.
You know what happens if we
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much. It's bucket time. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
I think so. What
No,
do we need?
Said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the...
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number...
Huh?
I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense
What
anything makes.
the hell?
The sheer euphoria I feel
Is this?
every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down.
Is that the narrator or is that Stanley?
Make sense.
Because if I remember
There's
correctly,
no explanation for it. I
the
still
narrator's voice
haven't
is,
figured out why I see the world so differently
Boy,
when
John
this
Delaney.
bucket is in my arms.
But that's going
Why
with David
everything
Tennant.
feels
So I don't think it. If it's
What do I
David
do with
Tennant,
this
then I don't
treasure?
think it's the narrator.
I can monetize it. Yes.
It's gotta be Stanley.
It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
What the hell was that? Yo, did the bucket just mutate and try to eat him? What the hell? Let's see. Yeah, there was something there,
Just
though.
a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
So...
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it
So,
perfectly well.
if we're gonna be
Perhaps he
doing
wanted
the
to stop by the
rest of
employee
them,
lounge first, just to admire it.
the rest of the bucket endings, we're gonna
It was
have to go
okay.
back through the, all the,
But eager to get back to
Stanley
business,
Parable 2 and
Stanley took
bonus
the
content
first open
stuff
door on
again.
his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Yeah, that's how we are gonna be obtaining the epilogue.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
Which we
I
can
don't know
do
how to
that.
convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Yeah, we're gonna, you know what? We're gonna do it. We're gonna do, yeah, that's right. We have to completely restart.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yeah, we're gonna have to completely redo,
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
So, you know what? You know what I decided? You know what I decided? Let's night.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave
Which, you know what? I'm not buying any more Asus Republic of Gamers components anymore. Like, my GPU literally failed after... I swear to God, either it's military exercises going on that are, like, involving use of the jammers, which is very probable. I mean, we do live near 2 massive strongholds, so that's probably... You know, like, that is probably has something to do with it. Or... or there's something genuinely. It's probably my GPU. Though I don't know. I might discuss it in the paranormal chat, my Discord some, because even certain other Wi-Fi devices have trouble near my town, near like everything.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that
And
read
I have
Lines
no
Control Facility.
goddamn answers. But you know what? No,
Although
we're
this passageway
gonna
had the
go
word
through
escape
here,
on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley
and we're
would
gonna
meet his
do
final
one last run through the museum, and
The
then we'll
door
call
behind him
it.
was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death. As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly. And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death
We
becomes
already
meaningless,
read that.
making life the same. Do you see now?
We already
Do you see
read
that
that
Stanley was
earlier.
already dead from the moment he hit start?
So we're just gonna walk through all the different areas and just read them. Ah, so that's the earlier version of the underground. That's actually really cool looking, though. Doesn't look too different from what it became. Kevin Bright, the voice of the narrator, recorded dialogue for the entire game roughly 3 separate times over 2 years of development.
Now look closely, Stanley.
Ah, this is actually really cool.
To do anything in this room. Perfect example of poor level design. Textbook mistake.
Yep. That actually looks really cool. For a time, the elevator to the monitor room could go up or down, with freedom above and countdown below. We abandoned this when players found it too difficult to remember what was up and what was down, and placed the two endings together instead. That was actually real cool. What fun fact there. But the reason why I sometimes speculate if it's really just my PC is because other computers, and really the rest of my neighborhood has the same issue sometimes, where things will just disappear, or other connections will just cut out at certain times of the day, or be really severely limited, as if some kind of jammer was messing with them. So, really does make me wonder, like, is it just me? Is it just this PC? Or is there, like, some kind of, like, or is something related to, the U.S., to, you know, the two Navy, well, there are two strongholds. One is, Navy CENTCOM, the other is an Army CENTCOM, near my house. Oh yeah, then there's the air base. So, between three military bases, maybe that's the cause? Because, I don't know, like, sometimes just my entire neighborhood and town loses internet. Or at least, you know, it just throttles spontaneously at certain times of the day. So maybe that's the cause? I don't know. I don't know. I just sometimes think of that because, you know, there are a lot of things that I just cannot easily explain away as my GPU encoder screwing up that happen a lot. What the? At second trailer, we thought we sent at second trailer we asked people to email the narrator for questions. Oh yeah, I initially planned for these to use these for promotional materials. We never found the perfect use for them. Here's a selection of those emails. Ah, that's actually real cool. Oh, that's actually real cool. So that's a cargo lift from what I imagine is an early version of the game because I cannot figure out that section. The cargo lift, yep. Full of hallways through the first 5 doors was important to get right, since players need to replay them many times. We discussed a number of designs, but ultimately it's the simplest version we want out. Yep. That would actually been really cool if they actually kept that. Yeah. That's actually really cool. We ran 4 major teaser trailers over the course of the game's development, each meant to convey something about the spirit of the game. This is the first one, released in May 2012. It features a series of broken rooms, and the voice of the narrator informing viewers that he's repairing a new version of the Stanley Parable. This is actually really cool. I love this. This is actually really neat. If only the money gun was actually in the final version of the game. This is the level that William and the designers sent Davey, the writer as a kind of audition piece. The strength of the level got William hired to design the full game. Though much of the environment has changed, the basic layout is still in the game. Yep. See that now. So it's originally gonna be much creepier, much darker, and then they made it, you know, not so creepy and not so dark.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another?
Alright.
No.
Yep, sure.
Sometimes
Yeah, I
these
can.
things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save those two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
Alright. So...
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
Yeah, we're gonna call it for a year.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Yeah, we're gonna call it for a year. So that was pretty much it for the stream. Oh man, what can I even say about this game? Except that it is an absolute hell of a game. One of the best that I played in quite a while, in fact. Absolutely love it. Another 10 out of 10 game. We've been playing a lot of 10 out of 10 games today, recently. OneShot, Stanley Parable, Cold Steel 2, though I sometimes flip-flop between it being a 9.3 game and between it being like a 9.8 and the 10. I flip-flop a lot on Cold Steel 2 because, you know. But yeah, I love this game. So much. One of the best games I have played thus far. Now, what would be like, not only is it, just a really good game and it really messes with your head quite a bit in a good way, but it's just loads of fun to play. But also, it also has an interesting narrative on, story structure, game design, and all that jazz. That's just really fun. And, just is, like, really meaningful. Like, a lot of the games have, like, that I've been playing have, like, meaningful narratives recently. Like, you know, uh, Getting Over It, Stanley Parable, that sort of stuff. And I like that. I like, when it's not just a game, when it, goes deeper. There needs to be more games like that. Like Stanley Parable, like Getting Over It, like all that jazz. There needs to be more stuff like that, I feel. And it's one of the best. And I thought the narrator was great. I know some people don't like him as much. I think he's fantastic. I think he's 100% spot on and amazing. Um so yeah, definitely really love this game, and it will be a game that we will be revisiting a lot. Probably next week, because I don't really know what we're gonna be doing tomorrow. If anything, I'm gonna have to check with everyone on the moratorium on any more Gartic Phones stuff, because I think it's still in effect as far as I checked. So definitely gonna be having to check that again. Because the whole reason we put that moratorium in place in the first place is simply because of some really not so great people, terrorists mainly. Well, not terrorists, but some really, really bad people getting into a Gartic phone and starting to do some really not so great things. So after that, we of course put a bit of a moratorium on them. So I'm not really sure what we'll be doing tomorrow, but if we do have something planned for tomorrow, I will let everyone know in Discord at least. At least I will, let the Discord know. And then hopefully, pass that news on to you guys as well. Based on what happens. Based on what comes of that, pretty much. Because I don't really know. I don't really know what's gonna happen. We're figuring things out. We're gonna figure things out, I guess. Is the key takeaway here. But overall, really fantastic game tonight. I really enjoyed myself with it. I had a hell of a time with it. Definitely worth your money. Go check it out for sure. Oh yeah, next week is primarily gonna be OneShot and Stanley Parable, or what left of Stanley Parable's endings we have. Though I don't know, we might finally get to Sora no Kiseki. If I have any time to actually, touch on it at all. But yeah, if we do have a stream tomorrow, I will let you all know. I'll be very quick to let everyone know on that. But that's a big if. Again, given recent events, there's no guarantee it's gonna be Gartic Phone at least. So yeah, But anyway, I gotta go. I can't sit forever. You pretty much know the drill. So thank you all for watching this wonderful stream. I hope you have all for us today, night, week, whatever. And I will see you all hopefully tomorrow. Though I'm not sure what we're gonna be doing. I don't think it's gonna be Gartic Phone because again, we still have the moratorium, at least for now. So yeah, we'll figure something out. But anywho, good night, everyone. Stay classy, everyone, and good night. And I will see y'all tomorrow for whatever I had planned then. Needless to say. So yeah, see you there, everyone. That is if I even do stream tomorrow. Again, it's all up in the air.